Well, hello, 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 and Retro, you got first? Nice. Today, we get to ply. We get to ply. Ply the yarn. And dance to music. My new phone case came in. I love it, except for it doesn't have the... So, I'm still using my old phone. It was fate. I didn't even plan it, just came onto your page to get ready, and boom, there you were. Right? It was meant to be. Meant to be. So we are applying up. Originally, I was going to spin up another yarn to go with these and make a 3-ply. But I need the bobbins. And I just haven't figured out what I want to do to put with these guys. So we are going to spin them up. Hopefully there's no bug damage. They have been sitting on my sitting on my shelf for a while. So yeah. We will see. We're gonna ply them up. Hopefully it all goes well. I don't know how much yarn I'll get out of it. But yeah. Also, you'll notice the cat coming and going because Vinny gets to play in his catio. We also could, because I have a feeling I'm going to spill stitch markers all over the place. I have a feeling we are going to be done fairly quick on this ply. I also have this that needs to get done up. So we are going to ply this up after. And yeah. It needs to get done. It's going to get done. That is the plan. That is the plan, Stan, okay? That is the plan. Let's see, we got ads. Let's see, we got ads. I'm drinking my Ovaltine now from last stream. Something great happened today. Some may think I'm sad, but here goes. I'm excited. I'm excited. A city. Ads. Ads. So I was in town and walked past a charity shop and noticed a Shadow the Hedgehog plush sitting in a box outside. It was $3.50 and I was going to buy it ages ago new on Amazon, which was $14.99. So I saved money and helped. Right? That is awesome. That is awesome. Score! Disorder. Okay. Do I want to move my coffee? My coffee should be fine. My coffee should be fine. This is going to be a super easy ply because we're just doing 2-ply. If I can find the end. Well, shit. Where's the end on this? There it is. Found it! I now have 2 Sonics, 1 Tails, 1 Knuckles, and 1 Shadow. I'm building the team. Right? That is awesome. Okay, I gotta turn this down for starters. I replaced the brake band on my wheel. Hey, Crimson! I called dibs on Amy Rose. There we go. We are going to have just a classic red and white 2-ply yarn. You got a friend in me. I did. It took me a few moments to figure out what the heck. But I caught on. Hey, Cass, how's it going? You got a friend in me. This will make a good Christmas yarn or something. Or Canada Day yarn. I'm tired, but my throat is sore. Oh, that sucks. So yeah, I didn't do much today. I went swimming. Oh, it felt nice to be back in the pool. Turns out pool hours have changed, so instead of opening up at 6:30, they now open up at 7 for the summer. They only have, apparently, according to the lifeguard that was letting us into the change rooms, they only have a set amount of hours that they're allowed. And now, because they are open a little bit later, in the evening, it means that they don't open as early in the morning. So all us people that like to go swimming at the crack of dawn are a little bit disappointed. But because like usually I come in around 7, like 7:15, 7 o'clock. That's usually when me and Auntie go in swimming. And then so the people that come in like right at 6:30 are usually like halfway through whatever they're doing or finishing up what they're doing. And now we all kind of get there at the same time. But it's okay, because turns out like the lazy river was available. Usually the lazy river's available. And by the time, there was one guy that was sort of like swimming laps, not really laps, kind of like leisure laps back and forth at the deep end of the shallow pool. So we kind of shared that end with him for a while, and then he kind of moved on. Congratulations on second cast. Hey Wrinkle, how's it going? Hey Squirrel, how's it going? We're applying up this yarn. I had hoped to put a third color with it, but that's okay. It's gonna be a red and white yarn. We could call it a delayed Canada Day yarn, or we could just call it preparation for Christmas time. I don't know. It very much is a candy cane yarn. And then after we're done this ply, we're gonna ply this guy up, because I gotta get her plied. It's been sitting there for far too long. Guess what? It's starting to get hotter again. Oh yeah, our heat's coming back too. We had a week of rainy, cold weather. It was quite nice, but the heat's coming back. I contemplated whether or not I wanted to open up the deck door so that the cats could go out into their catio, because that's like kind of west side. It's south facing, but you got lots of trees, so it's protected mostly from the south heat, but it also sort of faces the west, and you get a lot of the hot west sun coming in at the end of the day. I didn't check to see where we're at. I think we're at $1.71, $1.72, somewhere in there. I know that we were at $1.74, but it's gone down again. Hey, Callie! How is Callie doing? We are applying up this lovely candy cane looking yarn. I'm very congested. Oh, that sucks. Yay! We're plying. Ooh, look in Discord. Yes. Ooh. Is this the one with the silk in it? Oh, you have the perfect like little patio to dry stuff. That's awesome. Oh, that's pretty. And is that the amethyst one? Oh, it's so pretty. The pinkish one is the dark purple from the sunlight picture. I swear it really is. That's the amethyst done on the silk merino blend. It came out really interesting. I like it. Oh my god, that plaid yarn's gorgeous. Yes. Oh, I love that. Oh, it's so pretty. You coming up, or are you just telling me? He's been very chatty since the catio was made for him. I patched up the one hole today, so I feel comfortable letting them go out unsupervised. But I gotta get a cat door for them, because I can't just have my door open all the time. So I'm gonna have to do something. Of course, I also don't want them to just have free access to going out. So it'll have to be a locking cat door. Hi, Pickles. Hi. You gonna go back out on the deck too? No? Vinny loves being out on the deck. So yeah, we're gonna ply up this red and white, and then I don't know if you came in when I was saying we're gonna finally ply up this turtle that I've had sitting here for months now. I had to grab some medical tape for my thumb because of how I chain ply. Oops. Were you getting a little bit of rope burn? Ooh-hoo. I get almost like a rope burn on this pinky when I chain ply. If I'm doing like if I get a big bobbin to chain ply. I try to, when I'm doing it, I try to move where the yarn is sliding on my pinky. And it helps. So far I haven't gotten any like blisters. It just starts to hurt. But it doesn't get bad enough that I have to stop. I sort of have to like adjust where the yarn is sliding. The things that we have to do for our love of yarn. So I know I'm going to have white left over. So I think what I'm going to do with the leftover white is I'm just going to maybe chain ply the white, the leftover white. I mean, it never hurts to have a little bit of white. It's warm out there, isn't it, buddy? Oh, they love their catio. And there's not even really anything out there for them yet. So it's just more they can go out and look outside. But I have one board. It's actually one of the shelves off of my shelf in here. I want to... It even has the screws in it. I think it used to originally go like right around here. But then my mom moved the deep freeze in. And that shelf got taken out and it was just sitting there. But it's got the screws and everything. And I think I might screw it in onto the railing so they actually have like a platform that they can lay on. And then I'll put like a cat bed or whatever on it. Oh, that's a noisy plane. But I want to do some other platforms. And I want to like do like a custom cat tree. I want to look... I have a whole bunch of old branches sitting underneath my maple tree. So every time I like prune a tree or a branch breaks, I just like throw it in a pile underneath my maple tree. But I want to look in there and see if there is a big enough branch that I could cut down and make like a little branch cat tree. I'm not the best at that kind of stuff, but I figure I could figure it out, you know? But yeah, there's a few things on there that need to be taken off. Like I emptied I emptied the shoe rack that was out there. It's just like one of those 3-tier shoe racks, just a cheap one. But the cats used to love laying on it. So I'm like, well, that can just become a cat bed. So I dumped all the shoes off of it because most of them need to go anyways. But I have a pile of shoes sitting on the deck at the moment. And then I have like pretty much all the tools and everything are piled on top of the deep freeze that we moved out there. So I got to get that cleaned off, and they'll also have the deep freeze that they can. I'll put a bed on top of that because honestly, I never use the deep freeze. I should start using the deep freeze, and I can actually access it now, so I might start using it. But yeah, it was locked in the back bedroom for the longest time, and it's like full of stuff that needs to be like it needs to be gone through, and 90% of what's in there thrown out. Like there's a whole bunch of buns that my aunt gave me one year when they had a bunch of leftover buns left over from they do a curling bonspiel thing every year, and then a luncheon. And so they had all these leftover buns, and she's like, "You want them?" And I was like, "Sure." And of course, they were not the nicest buns. And I had them all in the freezer. They're all freezer burnt. So I got like a freezer full of freezer burnt buns. Some freezer burnt meat. I think there's even some bones in there from when I bought Vic a bag of bones from the butcher. And then there's some very old frozen fruit in there. Like, I mean, nothing's been really touched in there since I moved down here, like 7 years ago. There was a couple things that I put in there and used, but most of what's sitting in there has been sitting in there for 7 years or more. So, yeah, I need to do an overhaul, clean out. Find anything that is too far freezer burnt and chuck it. My brother's like, "What a waste." I'm like, "Yeah, it is a waste, but when you don't eat it." My mom was a little bit of a food hoarder, and she would never throw anything out, so half the food that was in the cupboards was expired, and yeah. So you just learn to, there's stuff there, but it's not edible. Let's just buy new stuff. And then she would never let you throw anything out. God, I have so much food that I have to throw out in this house. And I'm not talking like a little bit expired. I'm talking like I saw some stuff from like 2015 in the cupboards. Okay? 2015. 2015. Hey, Jukin! Congratulations on your 135 stream streak. What you doing, Bubba's? He just loves that he can go out on that deck now. He's still trying to figure out how to get down to the grass, though. I'm gonna, like, get some trays and grow some cat grass. Though, my uncle says that I should just transplant some of the... Oh, what is it called? Quack grass? It's like a really invasive grass that has, like, ridiculously long roots. And if you don't get all the roots, it grows like crazy. It has... Yeah. And I was like, I could do that. I got enough of it in my yard. I could just dig up a chunk of turf and throw it in a tray and water it, and Vinny would probably just be in his glory. He's currently laying in the hallway, looking out on the deck. I think it's cooler in the house than it is out on the deck. So he's just like, I can lay here and look out the door and be happy. I tell you, it's definitely easier doing a 2-ply yarn than anything else. It's just like very... I don't even have to pay attention. I mean, chain ply is pretty easy too, but occasionally you have to deal with broken yarn and your arm starts to get tired, or at least mine does the way I do it. No falling. I'm excited. We get to actually spin tomorrow. I need to... I think I'm going to start with the green that we blended up for spinning. As much as I want to do the sparkly stuff. I'll do the sparkly stuff on Nancy. So we'll start with the green floof on Melanie, and then we'll do the sparkly yarn on Nancy, and then that way I have like 2 spins going, just because I like the way that sparkly stuff spun up on Nancy, and the green stuff will be too big for Nancy anyways. I'd have to use a whole bunch of bobbins. Hey Dan, how's it going? Did you see the Hank I posted, Jams? Just finished that spin. Yes. Yes, I did. I was drooling. I was drooling over that. That is so pretty. I love how... I need to train myself to spin that weight of yarn. I am horrible, and I always spin super fine lace weight, and I need to practice spinning thicker yarn. Hey Acid, how's it going? It's like 40 degrees here today. Ugh. Thankfully it's not that hot, but it's getting up there. I don't know if we'll get up to the 40s. Germany and like Europe and stuff has been going through that kind of temperatures. Melly's really been struggling with the heat. Well, guys, I think we lucked out. I don't think there's any bug damage to this yarn. So that's nice, because this yarn sat on the shelf for quite a while. But we, of course, I may be speaking a little soon, but we've gone through, I think, 1 or 2 layers, which is a good sign. We are under a red level tornado warning from my mobile coverage area and currently in a bad thunderstorm. Oh, Dan, yeah, I heard there's some pretty interesting weather going on in like Alberta and Saskatchewan. Hopefully all goes well and nothing gets damaged or wrecked, or maybe the tornado will change its mind. Things will never be the same again. Yeah, we lucked out and we actually got a week of rain. It wasn't like steady rain, it was just kind of like a little bit of rain here and there, but it cooled the weather down really nice. But now we're starting to get the heat again. I have been pretty good. My brother came down on Monday and we got a whole bunch of my mom's house, or well, I guess my house now, junked out. I was able to gain access to the back bedroom so I can finally start cleaning and rearranging that so I can actually move in there. And we finally built my catio, which was wiring in the back deck. And the bonus was I had enough wire left over from when I built Mystique's catio on my camper that we were able to wire in the whole deck without having to use the roll that my brother went down and picked up. So he was able to take it back and get his money back. I mean, it's slightly janky. We had to do a bit of cutting and arranging on the one end, but we didn't have to open the new roll, so. We would just be friends. Things will never be the same again. Things will never be the same again. Never opened up the door. Never be the same again. Never be the same again. Never be the same again. Oh, is that so, buddy? What you doing, bud? Oh, really? Huh. He's been very, I don't know if you guys can hear him, but he's been very chatty since he got the catio. I think what he's saying is somewhere along the lines of, how do I get to the grass? I want to go to the grass. I want to eat the grass. Why can't I get to the grass? Oh, thank you, Kelly. Thank you for the resub. Very much appreciated. Right? Ads are very annoying some days. I mean, it's not so bad if the person's not really talking on stream and it's just like chilling and it's like whatever. It's like, okay, the music gets interrupted for a few minutes. I can deal with that. But it's always like, the most annoying is when someone's in the middle of talking about something and then boom, ads come along and it's just like, what you doing, buddy? Yeah? He's quite content just to lay in the hallway and look out the door. Oh, my typos are always bad. You know, this is very therapeutic. Just sitting here. And we still have quite a bit to go. I think we still have at least half, if not more. Was told to keep my shoes on tonight, as I would likely be one of the last residents to be moved if they need to go shelter in the tub rooms. One of the last to be moved, eh? Is that because you're a little bit more mobile than some of the other ones, and because you're not a dementia patient? Very quick there, Jams. I was about to say check Discord, but yes, I happen to be still opened on it, so it was just like, boop. Jesse. Vinny's laying in the hallway, and I think Pickles is out on the deck. I opened up the door so that they could play out on the deck for a bit. Of course, once the bugs start coming in, I'll have to... Hello, thank you for the bit. How are you doing? But yeah, I'll have to close the door when the bugs start coming in, but I wanted them to be able to play out on the deck now that it's starting to cool down some. I had to make them come in earlier this afternoon when it was getting too hot. But they just love being out there, so. But I am sure that they will come say hi. Hopefully. If my camera could see out into the hallway, well, it might. I don't think it will though. Let's test. Maybe you'll be able to see Vinny. Oh no, Vinny is behind. Nope. You can't. He really. He'll probably move by the time I get this out. You can see his back. He's laying in the hall, looking out the door. Pickles, I think, is out on the deck. Hey, Cheeky, how's it going? There's Pickles. You gonna come say hi to Jessie? Gonna come say hi to Jessie? Like just sitting on the floor. Come say hi to Jessie. Pickles. Say hi, Jessie. I've come to say hi. I heard your name, and so I decided to make an appearance. Could come up, or you just gotta sit there? Pickles. Vinny. Hey, Gigi. Lip balm. Guess I better just put that back up there. I'm doing really good. I got to go swimming today. Oh, it felt so good to go swimming again. Yeah, the swimming was so nice. I need to move my yarn. Skitters are gonna haul your butt to Texas? That bad? So far, knock on wood, they've been decent lately here. I don't know if it's the weather or what, but I do know that it'll hit a certain time of night and then the cats will have to come. Hey, Crowbit, how are you? The cats will have to come in from the catio, and the door gets closed once it cools down enough. Hits that time of night and they'll start getting bad, but lately I will say they haven't been too bad. I am. We're emptying these two bobbins here, and then we're gonna ply up this yarn, and then yeah, just because that yarn needs to be plied up. So, but yes, we are basically ready for Tour de Fleece. I am super excited. They're fine with lawnmowers because they hear lawnmowers all the time. Two of my neighbors mow constantly. And when the fireworks go off, they'll kind of be like skittish at first, and then they just kind of like settle down. Last night I had to rescue Firefly out of the house. Oh no! Okay, tornado warning is over. Just the yellow thunderstorm watch. Oh, that's good, Dan. That's really good. Hi, buddy. You gonna come up and say hi to Jessie? It's like, well, I'm gonna scratch the back of the chair. Rini, come here. Come up. He's like, I don't want to come up. What are you doing? This is my favorite part of the song. Gateway to her guts. It is definitely considered an offensive word in Canada, but some of us like to say it. So, some of us do not have a problem with that word. I don't. Other people get extremely offended. I'm not spinning. I'm plying. I'm freeing up some bobbins that I realized I needed. There's a lot of people that hate that word. It doesn't bother me. I don't technically use it. I mean, I have to be pretty mad if I do use it, and that's very rare. Usually, if I do use that word, it will be in some sort of weird joke. But I don't generally use it. I usually just say C word. Woot woot! One bobbin down. So yeah, Gigi, technically I'm not spinning. I'm plying. And it's to empty bobbins, and also I just want to get this plied up because it's been sitting here for eons, and it needs to get done before the bugs get it. Take a break to hank up the two, or ply the bobbin with the next least on it. I love that color, and apparently you do too. On screen it looks the same as the top you are wearing. What color looks the same as the top I'm wearing? The yarn! You're right, it does almost look like... It's red and white. It's literally candy cane. And this is actually some of the wool that you gave me. I was going to spin up a third color to ply with it, but it just never happened, and I'm like, I want my bobbins free for TDF, so... But yeah, it does. It does look very similar. And it's actually a dress. I love this dress, even though I feel like I'm a walking pylon when I wear it. I like it. My mom has one too in like a dusty rose color. It's a smaller size than this, and I thought it's most likely not going to fit me in the top, but I might be able to cut the top off and just turn it into like a really flowy skirt, because it's like a long flowy dress, and I love it. No, a lot of candy canes are just red and white. Not all candy canes have like 3 colors. There are many variations. There's blue ones, pink ones, green ones, yellow ones, multicolored ones. Yeah, most of the ones that I buy are red and white. I don't buy candy canes that often. Oh yes, the soda flavored ones are good. Oh, yes, please. Trudges in and sits down with a tired sigh. Hey, Miko. How you doing? But how is Passion doing? I don't know if you responded and I missed it or not. I said hi, but I don't think I, my brain kind of got distracted. Jams get distracted? What? No, Jams doesn't get distracted. I haven't had a tree in a long time. I mean, I've kind of had like makeshift trees, but not like a proper tree in a long time. Gigi, no chaos now. Behave yourself. You've been doing so well. Yeah? Well, come up. Buddy, come up. What are you doing? What are you doing, Bubba? He's like, come sit outside on the porch. I have my other chair like this out there. Honestly, guys, I kid you not. I think the one out on the porch is in better condition than this one, even though the mechanism is kind of screwy. I want to take some oil to it because like it rocks fine. It's the turning. It doesn't turn very well. And my uncle said that the bearings were going, but I have some of that. It's somewhere. It's that oil for like greasing hinges and things like that. I want to try some of that on there because I put it on my thing because this one, like when you slide the tray out from my desk, it goes screech. And I put it on and it works beautifully now. Though I notice after a couple years it's starting to get a little bit of a squeak. And I put it on this chair too, and that made it work better. So I mean, it can't hurt. The thing's been sitting outside. Yeah, the 3-in-1 oil. Yeah. Actually, I think that one, is it 3-in-1 or is it 4-in-1? I don't know. Either way, I love that stuff. It works awesome. Not to mention, I weirdly like the smell of it. I don't know what it is about the smell, but there's something about the smell that I like. Yeah, that shit's good. And so I want to like throw some on to that chair just to see if it helps the chair. It needs to be sanded down because it's been sitting outside. So the finish on the chair has all peeled off and it looks a little dry and sad. And it doesn't have a cushion. I need to get a cushion for it. But I just have a pillow for the back, and then I have a couple little seat cushions on the bottom. But if I buy another one like this green pillow, oh, my camera went weird. It'll work perfect for that chair. Yes, it is. That shit works on so many things. Wish I knew where mine was. I think it might be in my little drawers that I've moved. I gotta move some things around. I've moved my drawers over to the other side, and I got bins sitting beside me, but I use those drawers for like lots of things, so I need to move them back where I can access them. Okay, hold on. The sewing machine is acting up. My bobbin is jumping around and causing the thread to start. Oh, that's not good. When it had just worked fine a few minutes ago. That is no good. Hopefully it sorts itself out, because that sucks. TDF is Tour de Fleece, and it is where spinners will spin yarn at the same time as the bike race Tour de France. And there's like all sorts of different things that you can do. A lot of people just see how much yarn that they can spin throughout Tour de Fleece, but they basically spin every day of Tour de France. And yeah, you can even join like groups, and there'll be certain like challenges and stuff that you can do. But so far, I just kind of like do my own thing, and my main goal is to spin as much as possible this year. I've prepped up a whole bunch of fiber. I've prepped up a whole bunch of fiber to spin. And yeah, I'm going to spin on multiple things. So I have this wheel that I'll be spinning on, and then I have my mini version of this that I'll be spinning on. I would use my little traditional one behind me there, but she needs some love and attention. So I had hoped to get her done, but a lot of stuff happened this year, so nothing got done. But I think by next year I will for sure be able to spin on her again. I'm making some plans. Making some plans for her. And I also have drop spindles. So let's just throw shit around. I have spindles like this to spin on. Burp, burp. And they make little balls of yarn like this. So, yeah. I plan to have a few projects going on for Tour de Fleece, so I don't get bored and burnt out on one thing. Went gift shopping for my youngest grandson. He will be 4. Oh, nice. I kind of have a junk drawer. Technically, my junk drawer in this house is the silverware drawer. I don't use the silverware drawer. It's kind of broken, so when you pull it out, it's a very old cupboard. So you pull it out and it kind of wants to like drop down, and if you pull it out too far, it will fall out. So I just use little cups for my silverware in the cupboard, which I like better. And so the silverware drawer has become a catch-all drawer. Be with you every day. No. You want some ice cream? I had some ice cream today. I went and got myself a medium vanilla cone from Dairy Queen and a medium-sized cappuccino latte. Because, obviously the ice cream cone just wasn't enough ice cream or something. But I did not buy food. I actually made supper tonight. Very proud of myself. I mean, I still bought the ice cream cone and the milkshake thing, but it's basically a milkshake. I'm just gonna call a latte a milkshake. It's basically Dairy Queen's version of a ice cap, but whatever. Yay! I'm thinking tomorrow, hi buddy, I might make myself, if it's not too hot, because honestly I don't want to be like heating my house up with a freaking pot boiling on the stove, but I might make up a big batch of pasta salad. Hydrate. I will, thank you. I've been hydrating a lot. I was very good. When I went swimming today, I came home and I made up my yogurt that I do, which is yogurt and protein powder and creatine and matcha. The matcha is because I like matcha, and it also is to tone down the sweetness of the protein powder, because oh my god, like it tastes good but it's just so sweet, and the matcha helps take away the sweetness. So it's just an excuse to have matcha because I'm too lazy to actually make the drink. I'm like, I'll just throw it in my yogurt. Yeah. But I did that, and then I drank a big glass of water as well because I'm terrible at drinking water after swimming. Right, Gigi? Isn't 18 months 2 years? No. 24 months is 2 years. Oh, I know what I'm thinking. 18 months, that's how long. That's don't judge me. It's because that's how many months you needed back when I got my my mid-level license. So it's like in BC you have your learners, your novice, and your main license. And it was 18 months that you needed to have your N for. I don't know. It might have changed now. I don't know what it is now. But back when I got it, I had to have it for 18 months. And I don't know why that stuck in my head as 2 years. Yeah, don't mind me. My brain just kind of like registered a weird number in my head and said, yep, that's 2 years, and it's not. Exactly, 18. It's like a year and a half. Jams' brain works. Jams can math. 5 more and then 2 years. Dang it. That is crazy. I still can't believe I've been streaming as long as I have. Exactly, Crimson. Oh, so I'm so mad at myself. 2 years, 1 month, 12 days, and 23 hours. Dang! That is awesome, Retro. There's very few people that have been following me longer than you. And I don't think many of them come on Twitch anymore. Oh, we got a glitch. We've got a glitch in the yarn. Oh no. We got a glitch. 1 year, 5 months. Wow, has it? Holy crap! Oh, yeah, we know you've been following longer, Gigi. It's because you changed your name. So since you changed your name, you've been following me for 3 months, 2 days, and 23 hours. But we know it's way longer. I don't know, Callie. That's crazy. I still can't believe that I've been streaming for over 2 years. Like, it just boggles my mind. Right? I know that when I first started streaming, it didn't seem like there was a lot of people spinning. Like, there was lots of people that did spin, but like I didn't see a lot of spinning on Twitch. And then I came on and I started spinning, and then I started finding other people that spun, and then I met a bunch of people that learned how to spin after watching my streams and other people's streams. And all of a sudden it was like, oh, we got lots of spinners now. And I freaking love it. Hydrate! The reason why yours doesn't work, Gigi, is because you changed your name. So everything reset for you. Which I think is dumb. I think it should not reset when you change your name. I think it should just go by your account. Because yeah, that sucks. It's like if you change your name, everything resets. All your stats reset. I think the only account, well, if I was to switch to my other account and do the followage, that would be, because yeah, I started following that account before I even started streaming with my other account. I used to have, my other account used to be my main account, but when I went to crafting, I was just like, I wanted to start fresh, and I wanted to have a crafting account. And pretty much everybody that followed me on my other account, not that I had many, they were all like gaming people. And so I didn't, no, thankfully your streak didn't, but for some reason everything else reset. But like, same with your kitty pets and everything. 1 year, 9 months, 16 days, and 18 hours. Nice. But yeah, so I created this account as a crafting account and kept my other one separate because I thought maybe, I don't know, I kind of like wanted like a gaming account, and then, but I never go on that account anymore. It just sits there collecting dust. I streamed on that account a couple times. Just streamed a couple Valheim streams. But God, that was a long time ago. Eventually, when I get my other computer over here, I might, I don't know if I will, but I might do the odd gaming stream. We'll see. I like my crafting stream. And I'm not much of a gamer. Like, I go in spurts with my gaming. And most of my games are like survival type games. I will say I've been really into Aska lately. I've been playing that quite a bit ever since I saw Simply Pickles playing it. I was just like, ooh, Aska, I haven't played that in a while, and then immediately downloaded it and started playing it. I don't know. Probably once I officially like the back bedroom is, for the most part, I just have to like deep clean it and move a couple things around, and then I can start slowly moving into there. And then I think once I start moving into the bedroom, the computer is probably going to follow shortly after. Or it might even go before I start officially moving over. I don't know. I haven't. Honestly, a lot of it is me going, ugh, I don't want to have to freaking unhook this thing and move it over. It like, yeah, it's gonna be a process, and so I need to like kind of like clean out my camper a little bit more so that I have room to set things. Because it's quite the little setup that I have. And then it will be like, then I have to like set it up in here, and that's going to be a process because I have 2 screens for that, one of which is really big. So if I want a decent screen setup, like pretty much everything on my top shelf is going to have to go. So it's going to be a process. Because I mean, my camera, I could probably put that on the screen instead of on a tripod. I don't know. I think a lot of it is I'm having a hard time envisioning how I'm going to set it up, and I just don't have the energy to go through the process yet. But it'll happen. And yeah. I'm probably going to have to put my tower on the floor, so, because I don't think, well, it might be, I don't know, it's a pretty tall tower, so I don't know if it'll actually fit on the shelf. I might have to put it on the floor. The bottom shelf is a lot higher. And then what I'm probably going to do is I will keep this screen, and then I'll have my actual like monitor. So like I'll have the monitor and then this screen, and then the second screen that I have for that, it's just like a cheap old crappy TV. Doesn't even have the right resolution. But I'll use that one with my little computer, my little box that I use now, and that will become kind of like my TV out in the living room. Hello, how's it going? I'm amazed. We are still going strong. Of course, it's not like as tightly. Like you can see how there's. Oh, you're finally gonna come up and say hi to everybody? Yeah? Be careful. I did tell him. I said, be careful. Proceeds to knock the bins over. And he just walks away with that typical cat attitude of, I meant to do that. But yeah, my new computer and Mystique are probably going to be coming over around the same time. So I want to have the back bedroom set up. So that she'll be able to go in there. And have, well, just adjust. And these guys adjust to the fact that there's another cat in the house. Even if they can't see her, they'll be able to smell her. Well, they'll be able to see her if they look underneath the door. But you know what I mean. They won't be able to fight except for through the door if they're going to fight. Redneck! Hope all is well. I've been battling sobriety, 1 week, 4 days sober, but I do have a funny. Congratulations on your 1 week, 4 days. Now, what's the funny? Of course. Of course. I love that you do that, Redneck. I wish that you guys could have actually like seen the bins that he knocked over, but still, I love that. Oh, I love that. Thank you. You always got my back with the clips. They will. That's the whole point of her being locked in the room, is them getting used to smelling each other in the same house, and then we will eventually we'll eventually do a meetup. And hopefully it goes better than the last one. That did not go well. Yep, exactly. Exactly. Cats definitely seem to make the best bloopers. Oh, I think we are finally on the final layer of the red. Stop lagging, music. Is my computer getting hot? No, you're not that bad. Been lurking mostly these past few days, fighting my demons as usual, being busy with grandma as well. Right? Well, I'm sending you lots of hugs and lots of positive vibes, and keep doing what you're doing. Because you got this. You got this. Music, sort yourself out. Oh, my connection's not good either. Now you go behaving, computer. Jedi. Be Jedi. We'll have others helping instead of me. Oh, that's good. My 25-year-old brother wants to see if you're single. Oh my goodness. Between my sobriety and my mom's drama, she always brings me into. It's been a tough one, but I just had to put her on mute and continue on. Right? Exactly. Sometimes that's what you gotta do. Sometimes that's what you gotta do. Soon be Jedi. Bye bye, Miss America. Just a small fire. Right, Gigi, you got this. Yeah, go ahead, Retro. Thank you, Retro. You're sitting in the dark watching me. That sounds almost ominous. No trolls wanted here. That right? That was a weird one. Exactly. In the dark since my vertigo. Yeah. I've experienced vertigo, but like due to I okay. I was impressed that I didn't really get any vertigo when I went up the fire tower that second time. But the first time my brother ever took me up there, I got to experience vertigo for the first time. As someone who's never been afraid of heights, I was shocked at the amount of vertigo that I got going up there. I don't know why, but and so I was like the second time when he took me up there, I was like, "Oh gosh, I hope I don't get that vertigo again because that was kind of crazy." And I almost didn't even notice any. I was like, wow, the change in just like a couple years. I don't know what it was. The only time I got a little bit of vertigo was when I was going down the stairs because they're just the metal mesh, like the grate stairs, so you can see down. And so I was getting a little bit dizzy doing that. But yeah. Hey Tibbo, how's it going? Dropping by before bed? Yeah, I definitely, after experiencing that, I'm like, man, I feel for the people that deal with this on a regular basis. Potato, hot potato. That sucks, Silver. You were listening to the Wiggles. I don't know who requested it, but yeah, it's the Wiggles. Actually, it might have been Tibbo that requested this song. Somebody requested. I don't know who requested it. I mean, I lose track of people requesting songs. I'm still shocked at the amount of yarn that I'm getting from this. I was not expecting this much. Of course, also, it's just 2-ply. So that's gonna extend the yardage. Like when I do the chain ply, it definitely cuts back on the yardage because I'm literally folding the length. I don't think there's going to be a lot of white left. I might just wrap it up and throw it in my jar of random yarn balls. Inside my hands. Welcome back from ads. Right, Gigi? Oh, I like going out on the boat. Well, that's something we never ended up doing when I was down visit. Of course, the weather was terrible. One of the suggestions my brother made was canoeing down the river Um, and because we could literally get dropped off in like Invermere or Radium and canoe all the way down the river to just outside the town that I grew up in. And I've always wanted to do it. I've never done it. Yeah, it's nice because it's just like a really chill like the river has strong undercurrents, but the top of it's like really slow. So it's just like a really just chill float down the river. Um I used to swim in it as a kid. Um we go down to the river during like high like flood season. So like think about like halfway quarter way through summer, the river would go down. But when it was flooded, the sandbar was covered up and the water would come up to about your chest, and you could swim on the sandbar without the current being too strong, as long as you didn't get too far out. I mean, if you were a strong swimmer, it's fine. But yeah, it has quite the strong undercurrent. So yeah, we would swim up and down the sandbar, and one of my favorite things to do was me and my friend would we would swim against the current as strong as we could, and I was a very strong swimmer back in the day. And we'd be going like this, and so it would just like take all your energy to swim upriver, going at like this speed, and then you would just float down, and then you would swim up with all your strength and float down. Or if you didn't want to swim, you could walk up. Now it would be like if I was to try and swim in that, it would be like me trying to swim against the current in a lazy river, or you know those special pools where you swim and just stay in one place and the current turns up and you just swim. Yeah, it'd basically be like that. I would not go anywhere. I'm not as strong of a swimmer as I used to be. I mean, I'm still a strong swimmer, but I'm more buoyant than swimming, so I tend to float away. So I just got my power wheelchair about 10 minutes ago. We ended up. You got your new chair! Do you like it? End up paying extra for the after hours delivery. Does this mean that you'll be able to go to the camp? Did you get it in time? I can't remember when it was that you're supposed to go. Oh, Dan, that's so exciting! That is so awesome! Right? But I know how disappointed you were feeling that you might not have your chair for it. That is so awesome. I I see the bobbin, guys. I see the bobbin. We're getting close. I could have turned up my wheel a little bit faster, but I figure if we're doing a ply stream, I need to be able to ply throughout the whole stream. It's going to be the 4th of July tomorrow. I can't stand fireworks ever since I got dogs. You know, I have to say that we did not hear a lot of fireworks this year for Canada Day. I know that they weren't doing the fireworks downtown. They were going to be doing them out. But even so, I didn't hear a lot of fireworks. But I don't know what holiday it is. But it's some sort of holiday that the Indians celebrate. Like East Indians. And it goes on for, like, I think several days. And they'll be firing off fireworks probably, like, every day for, like, a week. It'll be nice if I actually, like, catch some of the fireworks. Because we've got a bunch of our orchards have recently been bought. And so, yeah, we get to, last year there was quite a few. It's like every time I turned around there was fireworks going off. But I never got to see any of them. I don't know where they were setting them off. Obviously, well, did I go outside and look? No. But yeah, I don't know what the holiday is. Because I don't know much about their culture. But yeah. Accessible summer camp for people with disabilities, right? Oh, I'm excited. I'm excited for you, Dan. I'm so glad that you got your chair. It's just going to make the experience that much better. Hello, Shirley. How's it going? It's gonna break. Shake it off. Shake it off. I'm doing really good. Shake it off. Shake it off. Shake it off. Excited because we'll soon have these bobbins emptied, and then I'm gonna finally ply up the little turtle thing that I got off my drop spindle that's been sitting here yelling at me to ply it up for eons now. This guy. So we're gonna ply him up next once we're done this. We're almost done this one. So we'll ply it, hank up the leftover white because there's more white than there is red. And I think I'm just gonna hank it up as a single. Maybe I'll hank it up as a single and then dye it, and it can just be like a random scrap yarn that I use for something. I've been dealing with that. I don't know if you've been in my stream when I had to do the whole, like, go through everything and bin it up, and I have a bin of yarn that I have to, try parasitic wasps. Was it like bad moths? I'm not overly concerned when I find it in my I haven't noticed, actually, the last few days I have not noticed any moths. I hauled everything out of my office and I re-binned it up. I went through it. This is my bin of damaged and questionable yarn that I have to, like, wind into balls and then rehank after I fix any damage. And I did find some moths in my fiber. Like, I had some Corriedale fiber that I had moths in. But thankfully, I haven't had any issues in my fibers since. Now, everything's pretty well in bins. There's very little left out that's not in bins. Like, this is polyfill, so it's fine. But, like, anything wool has been put away, and I've for a couple days after I cleaned everything out, at a certain time of day, a bunch of moths would come out, and I would vacuum them up. But I think now that they don't have anything to feed off of and lay eggs on, they've kind of like simmered down and buggered off. So most of it, yeah, I was really sad about the yarn damage, because one of those hanks of yarn was actually meant to go to a friend. Thankfully, I had spares, but this hank here was actually meant to go to a friend, and the moths got to it. So thankfully I had like a couple more hanks of this, so I was able to replace it. So some of this yarn is gonna have some cut and ties in it. It is what it is, but it's all got bins now. It's all got protection. I've got lavender in all the bins. I want to get some cedar, so I'll have like cedar as well as lavender that I keep with my yarn. Yeah, I should hopefully not have as bad of a problem, because most of it, not gonna lie, most of my stuff was shoved in the closet. It wasn't protected very well. Meds hitting. See ya. Have a good one, Silver. Take care. Yes, me too. Yeah, well, for me, I'm fairly new to natural fibers, so like I knew the the risks, but I didn't really realize how much I was letting the moths get to stuff until I started finding things. Like, I had a bobbin sitting up on the shelf with some yarn on it for eons that I never got around to taking off the bobbin, and it got eaten. And then I noticed another like cake of yarn that I had sitting in the closet for eons, and I took it out and realized that had, so I was like, oh yeah, I'm gonna have to do something about it. But when I actually seriously looked into it, I was starting to notice all this damage that I'm like, oh shit. And I'm like, oh no. And then my one bin where I had a whole bunch of yarn in it, it had gotten a crack in the lid. And I was looking for a specific yarn, and I noticed that there was moths and bugs in there. Thankfully, I don't think I found anything eaten in that bin, but there was a moth in there, and there was a couple dead bugs in the bottom of the bin, and I'm like, shit. So that bin is now used for acrylic. But I'm not overly concerned about finding the bugs in the fiber. It was the yarn. Because fiber, it's easy enough to take the bugs out, fix it, as long as it's not like super infested. And then, but it's, it was my yarn. A pretty yarn, especially stuff that I was planning on giving to, right? Yes. This house is bad for bugs to begin with. And then, like, what few windows have screens, they have holes in them. I need to replace all the screens in the windows. And my mom always used to have a window open to let like cats in, or like she'd have the door open to our closed in porch so the cats could go in and out of the porch, like they're house cats. As I'm sitting here with my door open to my deck because I just turned it into a catio for them, and they don't have a cat door yet. But the whole point is we get a lot of bugs in this house in the summertime, summer and fall. And I saw the signs and I ignored the signs. Yes, they love it. And so I still gotta like build some like platforms and whatnot, but they have the whole entire deck. It's I think it's like 14 by 8. Is it 8 feet wide? No, I don't think it's 8 feet wide. Maybe it's 6 feet wide. I'd have to measure, but it's a decent sized deck, and it's like it had a roof and everything. My brother built it for my mom so that she could sit outside. And but yeah, so I turned it into we turned it into a catio. We put a bunch of wire up. So now the cats can go out there and enjoy some fresh air and not terrorize me in the house so much. I'm super excited to like turn it, because like I can't remember who I was talking to. Oh, there was a chair out there very similar to this one. both this chair and the one out on the deck need help, but they're comfy chairs. I love them. And they wanted to get rid of the chair, and I'm like, no, I'm gonna be sitting in that chair. And they're like, why are you gonna be sitting out here? I'm like, well, because they're like, it's gonna be a catio. I'm like, yeah, but I'm still gonna go hang out on the deck. It's a nice freaking deck. I'm gonna hang out with my cats on the deck in the catio. I'm like, that's what I did with I have a catio built off my camper for my one cat Mystique, and I used to, before the spiders sort of like overrun the catio too much for me, I used to sit out there all the time with her. But she doesn't really use it that much. She spends most of her time out on a lead, and she will be it's gonna be fun. She'll be moving into this house soon, and she'll be getting integrated with the cats over here. It's gonna be I'm not looking forward to it. Yes, I'm not gonna lie. I do like, I don't like them. But if they stay in a corner, away from me, and they don't walk on my ceiling above my head or climb on the wall beside me or whatever, I will let them be so that they kill the bugs. I rather they be outside, and as long as they're outside and they're not like in an area where I frequent, I will let them be. Earth for spraying the bugs, right? Yeah, I don't like the surprise bugs. Last year, Was it last year? Yeah, I think it was last year. We get a lot of orb spiders around here. Like, I can't remember. I think they're called cat spiders or whatever. They're ugly. And they're not like overly big. They can get pretty big, but they're not overly big. But they always seem to go in areas I don't want them. Yeah. Um, and so they're all over the place around here. They're everywhere around here. Last year I found one in my camper. That was okay. That was traumatizing because like my camper for the most part is just a bedroom. So I go over there in the evening and I sleep over there. But I spend most of my time over here now. Ever since like my mom's health went down and now the house is mine. But I remember one night I finished up streaming and I walk into the camper and thankfully I was using my flashlight because a lot of times I just walk over in the dark and I get into my camper in the dark. And I happen to have my flashlight and I come in and you walk in and then you kind of like go around a corner to where the table and everything is and I and the kitchen sink and everything is like right there. And it was right on the corner of my and I'm like there was maybe a foot away from me in this huge spider. And I was just like, Hua! And then I'm like, I guess I haven't dusted in a while. How did I not notice this huge spider in my camper? Like, one minute he wasn't there, and then the next he just, like, overnight just appeared. So I don't know how he got in my camper, but he got into my camper, and he was a big boy. And he was like, he did not make it. He was not welcome. They are terrible. It's like one night they won't be there. The next night, all of a sudden, where the hell did you come from? Oh, you should have seen how many I killed, like how many babies I killed when they started hatching. I was walking around my yard. The whole one corner of my house, there must have been like 2 nests. Because there was like a gazillion, like 2 patches of babies. And I was like, yeah, no, you're going. You're dying. I'm sorry. There's enough of you around. And then there was another one on the ramp into the house. The babies don't bother me because they're just like super tiny. Even when they're all clustered together, it's just, yeah, it's fine. It's when they get big that they bother me. And it's like, you guys are meant to be outside spiders. Stay outside. And yeah, it's like I'll be like, just because they're so tiny they get everywhere. And I'll be like, I'll walk into the house and I'll see something like a plant hanging or whatever, and I'll look at it and I'll see one of the baby ones making their web on, and I'm like, no, squish. Yes, tiny ones end up on you too. Yep. Been there, done that. But, yeah. They're welcome in some places, they're not welcome in other places. Stay outside. If you're a big spider, stay outside. If you're one of the small house spiders, just stay in a corner where I'm not really going to see you and you can do your thing. Like, there's one that's living in the window in the living room because, like, I live in a trailer, so I've got, like, the double panes. And there is a house spider. I can't remember what they're called. But they're a classic house spider, and they lay little eggs on their web. But yeah, there's one living in my one living room window, and I'm just like, you can stay there. It's in between the panes. I don't open that side of the glass. It can eat the bugs that get in there. I think jumping spiders are adorable. but I could never have a pet one, and I do not welcome wild ones either. Most of the jumping spiders I see are black. I don't handle black spiders very well. Out of all the spiders, black ones get me the most, and they're not afraid. They're annoying. They'll just like sit there and they'll like follow you around, and they'll like I'll be walking across the ceiling, I'm like, do not come over here, and it will stop. Like it knows what I'm saying, and it'll look at me, and then it continues to walk towards me, and I'm like, don't come towards me. You will die. Right? Yeah. And then the reason why I don't want them coming towards me, I swear to God, they'll get right above your head, and then they'll drop on you. So many times I've had spiders just drop right in front of me. Just realized I forgot to take... Oh no, Retro! Med check! So yeah, there's a rule. If you go on the ceiling and you are coming towards me, you will die. I have things to squish spiders with. And you will be squished. If you run on my desk or go anywhere near me, you will die. Stay in your corner, I'll stay in my corner, and you'll be fine. Yeah. But yeah, the black jumping spiders love to test me in my camper all the time. Oh, that paper wasp. Well, at least it's paper wasps. Paper wasps aren't so bad, but still, in your bedroom, that sucks. Thankfully, I have never had a paper wasp invasion in my house. I did have some that decided they wanted to nest in my car mirror, thankfully on the passenger side and not the driver's side. Yes, you did, Gigi. That's not good. Yeah, you don't want them crawling on you. I mean, they won't... They're not aggressive, but... you don't want... You don't want to risk pissing them off. Hopefully you're not allergic or anything. But still. It's like the last thing you want is... a paper wasp crawling on you. Or just any wasp. Especially if you're sleeping and you roll over. You know? I mean, they're pretty harmless. Not harmless, but they're like pretty like keep to themselves. They're not pests, but when they crawl on you when you're sleeping and you're not aware, no thank you. Right. Hopefully it was just the one. Or was there are there several? Welcome back, Retro. One of my project bags yesterday. We're almost done, but like, look how full this bobbin is. I did not expect this bobbin to fill up this much. I've been finding them in my room for a while now. Oh, I wonder if they're like in the walls or something. That's not good. Especially if you can't find the nest. You need to like try and look to see if you can figure out where they're coming from. Yes, this is a well. The bobbin is 8 ounce, but I don't know how much yarn is here. I just spun up. I can't even remember how much. We'll have to weigh it to find out how much it is. I'm impressed with the amount of yarn because the bobbin wasn't that full. Like it only had like about this much on it, but it spun super. Well, not super fine, but it's spun pretty fine. Like it's I spin pretty fine yarn. So, and normally I 3-ply, but I had like I usually had chain ply all my stuff, but I had planned on doing like an actual 3-ply like this, but I couldn't figure out what color I wanted to go with the red and the white, and they just sat on my shelf forever. And now that it's TDF, I'm like, I need the bobbins, and I need to get this stuff spun up before the bugs get to it. So let's just, or plied up before the bugs get to it. So let's just do it. And we're doing a 2-ply instead of a 3-ply. Oh, GG, that sucks. I've had that happen. That is no fun. There we go, guys. We have officially finished this ply. Look at it. It's. We also have to get. It's not very tightly wound on here either, so that also makes it look thicker. My neighbor brought me some lavender from their garden. Oh, it smells so good. I just like it was nice and fresh when they gave it to me, and I just hung it on the shelf. Okay. One bobbin empty. We still have this much. I think I'm just gonna wind this onto a ball, into a ball, and keep it as a single. But I am going to take a quick break. I think maybe I'm gonna get an oval tee. Yay! Yeah, so I'm gonna go take a quick break, get an oval tee, and then we're going to wind this up on the nitty knotty. And yeah. I might hank this one too as a single. We'll see. We will see. Be right back. Alrighty, I'm back. I'm going to. Oh yeah, I found one of my other, one of my old janky nitty naughties that I made. It's not the best, but I think this will be better, and then I can actually hank this up with a nitty naughty, because my other one's too big. It would just be ridiculous, but. Thank you for the welcome back. So basically, I'm going to have every bobbin available except for this guy. This guy, we are going to be spinning up the yarn that goes with him. It's a super dark green and white spin. I believe... I think it's at least 5 or 6 ounces. I'm not 100% sure. Don't quote me on that. I would have to measure it. But let's... Oh, and let's do it right and actually haul out the yardage counter. So we can count the yardage as well as get the weight. And then if we have time, though I'm surprised at the amount of time that's gone by, we will ply this guy up. But I'm like looking at the clock. We might. I don't know. We maybe. Yes, I spoiled myself and I bought this. I think I actually got my yardage counter before. Yeah. I got my yardage counter before I got my 6.1. So I got my nano first, and then I bought the yardage counter, and then finally I asked my mom and brother for money for Christmas so that I could get the 6.1. Because I wanted... I was like, I love my little nano, but I needed a bigger wheel. I got tired of only being able to fill 2-ounce bobbins, because even my traditional spinning wheel, it only has 1 bobbin and it's a 2-ounce bobbin. So it was... I was like, I need a bigger wheel. Oh, nice! I really want to get a fold. Not gonna lie. I really want to get a fold. Can I justify the price? No. But I really, really want to. So. That might happen one day. Okay, I'm just gonna set you there. Here's my other janky nitty naughty that I made. It's been through the ringer a few times, but I like it. And so it's been jerry-rigged many times. It works really good right now. This chopstick brace has really helped. But I like jerry-rigged. Like I've got some metal knitting needles in there. He broke. And I put some metal knitting needles in there. He's got some other supports, and now he's got a brace, and you know, he works great. He used to look beautiful like this end. Well, he's been through a lot. Hey, Dork Chop! I was wondering if you were gonna come in. You missed out on the plying of this yarn, but we're going to hank it up, so you get to see it in hank form. I'm going to attempt some more jerry rigging, and I hope that I don't hate myself for it. But sometimes when I wrap off of the wheel, it comes out. I might have to move my wheel. Doesn't like this angle, so we're gonna put you over. Oh, yeah. Hold on. Hold on. Hold on. Hold on a darn minute here. We're gonna get her sorted, okay? We're gonna get her sorted. Too much stuff in the way. Really, Jams? Really? Really? Fudge, Jams. Clean your desk. Clean your desk. I'll get that in a second, Crimson. I did not call you Retro. It's because I saw Retro's name above. Hey, Jamie, how's it going? Okay. Let's get this, and then I will start hanking. You're listening to some booms? Right? Exactly. It is fireworks season. Yeah, there's some sort of holiday that's going to be coming up here. I better turn that off. Yes. Soon. I cannot remember the name of it. But it's going to be days of fireworks going off randomly. Right? Prepping for 4th of July. Alrighty. Let's get this yardage counter set up. Hopefully there's not going to be too much drag. It's a bit more drag than normal because I'm going through another spot so that it doesn't get knocked out of the yardage counter. But it's working. It's a very candy cane. It'll make a good Christmas yarn. No, it's depends on where you live, Crimson. Yeah, no, we have fireworks quite often. They do If there is a fire ban on, you can kind of get in trouble for setting off fireworks. But there's also a lot of places that are pretty lenient. Um, it's been a while since I've heard this song. So far, we have been doing pretty good. We are dry, but not overly dry. And while we didn't get a lot of snow in the valleys, we got a lot of snow on the mountains. So our ice caps are pretty good. So far, there's not really any forest fires going on in BC. Like, I think there's a couple, but there's no, like, major fires going on in BC this year. And Alberta has definitely been getting drenched. At least up in the Edmonton area. So, but yeah, like this year has been nice. Guess what I'm spinning for TDF? Bamboo? Or did you get something else? Trying to think what else you bought. Because didn't you just recently buy some stuff? Or am I thinking of someone else? But yeah, BC gets a lot of fires. Bingo! um, Last year wasn't so bad, but 2 years before, like the year before last and the year before that, were both really brutal for fires and being dry. I'm gonna head out now. See you again tomorrow. Take care, Retro. Have a good one. Wednesday and bought about 20 ounces of alpaca and llama. Oh, that's right. See, I knew you'd recently bought something. Just working on dinner. I'll be back to talk when it's finished. Sounds good. Enjoy your dinner. I've spun baby alpaca, but I've never spun llama, and I haven't like spun like just like regular alpaca yet. And I haven't spun on Algora, Angora. Let's take Angora and alpaca and put it together, and you get Algora. I want to get some Angora so bad. Oh, is my music gonna stop playing? I'll give it a couple more minutes here. Not minutes, but like a couple more moments. I might have to give Spotify a little kick in the butt. Like, oi! Oh, there we go. Right? Cross a bunny and an alpaca. That would be interesting. This kid's voice is freaking phenomenal. I don't know what it is, but I love her voice. And I think she's only like 12 or 13, but her freaking voice, I love it. They could very well be. Some people are just some people. Yeah, there's a couple of alpacas around here. I see them every now and then when I'm driving past farms, and I'm like, I want to go pet the alpaca. See, I would love to have sheep and alpaca and bunnies, but I don't really want to take care of them. So I keep trying to find someone else that I can sucker into, like, taking care of them, and then I just take the fiber. I think it'd be a great setup. Like, my cousin, she recently bought just like a little farm. Nothing big, like just a field and a decent sized yard. She's got like a little tiny barn now. She's got some pigs and chickens. But I keep trying to like convince her that, welcome back, Kaz, that she needs to get like a sheep or alpaca for her farm, and then she can give the fiber to me and I'll spin it up. I think it's a great plan. She just needs to get some fiber animals on her farm. I mean, don't get me wrong. I love animals. I just feel like I would start off really well taking care of them, and then it would go because the novelty would wear off. And I just, I don't feel like putting a poor animal through that. I mean, my cats are hard enough to take care of, and they're just cats. So if I struggle to take care of cats, could you imagine me taking care of an animal that requires more care? And are significantly a lot more expensive to take care of. Rats are also really easy. I miss my rats. If it wasn't for the fact that I have cats, I'd probably get another rat. I loved my ratties. I had the best of ratties. Yeah. I mean, if you only have a couple rats, cleaning their enclosures are not so bad. But yeah, the lifespan thing, that's a hard one. Yeah. See that's I agree. I I got super attached to my rats, and then they just, like, they hit a certain age, and then of course six of them, I had six of them that were all the same age because they're from the same litter. I ended up buying a pregnant rat. So I had one rat, and she was awesome. But I noticed that, like, I just bought the one, and she was so lonely. So I ended up adopting another female rat from one of my friend's sister's friends. Um, and she was good, but she was an older rat. And Cappy and Gidget got along really great. They were really close. And then when Cappy passed away, Gidget went really like, she was just super depressed. So I was like, okay, yeah, mine mine Cappy died of old age, but Gidget and then Ivy, the mama rat that I bought to replace Cappy, um, she also got cancer. And like, yeah, I got her. She was fairly young when I got her, but she was pregnant. Story behind the names. So, Gidget's name is Gidget. I don't know why I named her Gidget, but I named her Gidget. I like the name Gidget. I think it might have been like one of my friend's cat's names at one point in time, and I just liked the name. And then Cappy, her full name was actually Capricorn, so she came with a name, but I called her Cappy instead of Capricorn. Um, and then Ivy had a pretty straightforward name, but then their babies, or their babies, her babies. Ivy's baby, she had nine. She had three females and six males. And the females I named Yuna, Riku, and Pain. If you know Final Fantasy, you know where those names came from. The males, though, the males had a variety of names, and honestly, the only one that I truly remember his name, because he was the one. Oh yeah, I was lucky. I only got stuck with nine. I was lucky. That was actually a smaller litter. I was freaking out when I realized, because I was sitting there, and their cage used to sit behind me in my office. I had like an office where I'd play video games and hang out on this chat site called Camfrog back in the day. And I was sitting there on my computer, and all of a sudden I could hear some squeaking. And rats don't squeak unless they're in pain or upset about something. So I was like, what's going on? And I go and I look in their igloo. And, like, I don't think Gidget was in the igloo. She was up on one of the things. But Ivy was in the igloo. And I looked inside the igloo, and I saw naked babies. And I'm like, oh shit. I bought a pregnant rat. And so immediately I started Googling. And I'm like, oh my god, what's going on? How many babies can a rat have? And yeah, I was lucky that she only had nine. They were so precious. And the thing, I kick myself because I didn't know enough. I didn't know that the more you handle them, the better it is. You know, I grew up in an era where, like, with cats and things like that, it's like you don't want to handle the babies too much, which is bullshit. The more you handle them, the better. And I learned when it was almost too late, when they were a little bit skittish of me, like a little too skittish of me, that I should have been handling those suckers as soon as they were born, to get them used to me. So they weren't as socialized as like Gidgy was, and Ivy. Um, and like I only ever found a home for the one, the one female I found a home for. But the male that I got attached to the most out of the litter, all of them were either black hooded rats or the beige hooded rats. But Spammy, the one male, I loved him. He was all just champagne color, like the beige color, with one little tiny white diamond on his belly, and he was my baby. His name was Spammy. Technically, his name was Spam, as in, the meat Spam. I was on this Canadian, was it like Canadian rats or something like that? Basically, it was a site for other rat owners, Canadian rat owners, to sit and talk and ask advice and all that stuff. And so I went on there and I was like, I need names for 9 or 6 rats, because I'd named the females, but I couldn't think of any names for the males. And yeah, Spammy was my favorite. And then I got, I think it was after Ivy had passed away. So I basically, both Gidgy and Ivy had passed away. I don't honestly remember what happened to Yuna and Pain. Because Riku got rehomed. I don't remember what happened to my other 2 females. Huh. You have achieved curry? Nice. His eyes were barely open, so he must have imprinted on me. Right? Oh. But yeah, I ended up buying another rat, and I'm so sad that I did, because I bought him around the worst time, because I was moving from a house into a camper, and so it got cold. All my rats ended up getting respiratory issues when I moved. I was all the ones left living in. I was devastated. I think one of the reasons why I swore I would never get another rat was, but they ended up getting respiratory issues, and I didn't have the money to take them to the vet. So I did the best I could. Oh wow. 294 yards. Seen the cloud rats? No. I have not. Okay, let's tie this, and then we'll mark down the yardage, as well as we will weigh it and mark that down too. And then I will do it in grams, as well as ounces for those that like the difference. Not to mention, it also helps me learn. Right? I am very impressed. I did not expect to get that much yardage out of that. But then I keep having to remind myself that I didn't chain ply, so that adds the length. Oops. I will do it. You can do it this way. Can't fall off the end that way. No. I love that I learned how to tie the yarn off like this, instead of actually having a bunch of chunks of yarn. So let's see, how over twisted is this? It really does, yes. But I just love the look of chain plying. And then you don't have to deal with so many. You can just deal with the one freaking bobbin. And that just makes my life easier. Oh. Yeah, she's a twisty. I felt it in my bones that when I was plying, I was letting too much twist go. And she's a twister. I haven't had an over twist like this in a while, but I didn't have the break band on very tight. It really does look good. I like it. I like it. I like it a lot. One of these days, I am going to get a setup so that I don't have to sit here and twist it with my fingers. I have a nail, but the head on it makes it hard to get it off. So I need like an actual like wooden post up on my shelf. Yee! It looks almost pink, but it is red and white. Okay, so let's weigh, and then where is my book? I never have my book when I need my book. Okay. We're going to use this book. This is going to be my TDF. I know this isn't TDF, but it's going to be my TDF, as well as just my yardage and weight book. Ow! My neck. Sorry. Okay, so it's 2.1 ounces. Actually, technically it's 2.2. It's close enough to 2.2, but we're going to say 2.1. Where is my pens? I am not organized. I will forget that it's even in this book. Trust me. Trust me. I try to do this. I don't do this with half the shit, but I keep trying to do it. Okay, so 2.1 ounces. I gotta switch to grams. 61.9 grams. And then the yardage was 294.1. Oh, no, it's 291 meters. Ah, it was on meters. Okay. 291.4 meters. Oh, no, 294.1 meters. Read, Jams. Okay, let's see what the ounces are. The yards. Yep. 321.5 yards. There. So, it was, for those that go by ounces and yards, it was 2.18 ounces. And for yards, it was 321.5 yards. And then for grams, we got 61.9 grams and 294.1 meters. So, yeah. We did good on that. am impressed with that. That is impressive. We likes that. But yeah, that's what happens when you spin really fine. Like, that's a 2-ply of my yarn. But I'm mad at myself because when I first started spinning, I taught myself how to spin very fine because I wanted the yardage. Thank you. I wanted the yardage over the weight. But now I can't really spin any other weight other than fine. I can sort of, but it's not as even or nice. So I really do need to keep practicing at spinning thicker, but I keep spinning fine. This stuff here though, this stuff likes to spin fine. This wool. This is a Rito Arcot. I might be butchering that name again, but anyways, it's a beautiful core wool that I got that just loves to spin fine, and it likes to do long draw too. So now we are going to, I don't know if I have time to ply this up tonight. We're just going to do a 3-ply. But I don't know if I'm going to have time to ply it. But then what am I going to do for an hour? I could stream later and just ply it anyways. It is Passion Tiger. Tiger. Sorry, I'm terrible at saying Tiger instead of Tiger. Sent me like 2 pounds of it. Or was it more than that? I don't know. I don't have much left of it. It's getting low, but I freaking love it. Can you hear Vinny? Or are you saying that Vinny should take over? Do I have... Because we don't want to just leave it sitting out. Because that's what Jams generally does. But I think I have a Ziploc bag kicking around here somewhere. I think I saw one in my... Yes. No. Not that one. That's not a Ziploc. I knew I saw one in my knitting bag. There's a couple things that are still not organized yet. True. We could class it as TDF now. Because on the other side of the world, it's already the 4th. It's so pretty. Okay. You know what? I am going to risk having a late stream. Because I don't have to do anything tomorrow. So, I do need to change my earbuds, though. Because they're yelling at me. Oh yeah, and you posted in Discord, didn't you? I meant to I saw the notification come up, but I didn't. Gotta love when. Oh, which of these did you like? Oh. Oh. Oh, I'm gonna have to think on that one. I have to think. Oh. Hmm. Hmm. We'll have to think. That's it's going to be a decision. Okay. Now this has been sitting. I hope that there's no bug damage to this. This has been sitting on my shelf. Um. For a while, like just sitting up here, knocked down by the cats many a times. But we are going to chain ply this. This is some yarn that I spun on Sven, my one drop spindle. For those who have not met Sven, this is Sven. He's currently got another spindle on, but yeah, this is Sven. And this is what this was plied on, or spun on. And I have been dragging my feet on this for a while. He's a little bit tight. Oh, he's gonna be... This is gonna be beautiful. I just know it. I'm gonna love this yarn. Don't you die, I knew it. I saw the break coming and I'm like, no! Make it! You can make it! He didn't make it. I don't have my usual setup with this. Oh, don't you get hung up. No. Don't get hung up. There we go. There we go. Turtle, turtle! Oh my gosh. She keeps tangling inside. She's tangling inside. This is a very, very full turtle. And it's letting me know. It's okay. Oh, Taylor Swift? I was like trying to figure out who she was. there's another break.
Come here, yarn.
There we go. Now she's starting to loosen up. Are you not happy about that, Crimson? I never thought I could have weighed that turtle before we started spinning. Oh well. I think I did weigh it at one point in time. I don't remember what it was, though. You jealous? This one has better tension. It actually wants to pull in. The other one I was sort of like feeding in. This one actually wants to like uptake. Originally, I was going to do like a 2-ply or something with this, but it's just been sitting here collecting dust. I didn't want to put it in with the red, so we are 3-plying it up, and it's just going to be a smaller yarn. Oh, that sucks, Kaz. Hey, Nita girl, how's it going? Take this job and shove it. Ain't working here no more. Very tired? You been keeping busy? Job and shove it. Ain't working here no more. The recap is so funny. Sven the turtle is officially hitched. I didn't even freaking read it. Oh my god, I love that. Job and shove it. You know more. Take this job and shove it. I ain't working here no more. Oh yeah, Stampede was today, wasn't it? Is it today or tomorrow? Or how long does the Stampede go on for? Beautiful girl. I only went to the Stampede once, back in like 97. But I had a blast. 10 days. Yeah. I always forget. Suicidal, suicidal. Isn't it basically the same as every year? What's up, buddy? Oh? Yeah? Has to tell me all about outside. Is that so? What else is going on out there? Do you see Feather out there? Feather is the neighbor cat. Oh, I remember the year I went, I got so sunburnt. My scalp was burned. Learned my lesson that I should have been wearing a hat. You're not going next year? Yeah, I look at the Stampede as being one of those things where you just like go once every few years, like 3-4 years go, 3-4 years go. Cause one, isn't it expensive? I don't know how much it is to get into the Stampede. Um, I can believe it. It was 50 to get in last year, but only 28 to get in this year. Okay, that's crazy. What changed? Maybe. Because, yeah, 50, that's ridiculous. I mean, 28's not much better, but still. 50, that is insane. Would you just cooperate with me? Oof. Yes, everything is expensive at any kind of fairground, let alone the Stampede. Honestly, the fairground was cool, but I was more interested in the rodeo part because, like, come on. Freaking love. My uncle used to be a bull rider. He also used to ride broncs. I never got to see. That was before my time. Not he, and he didn't do it at Stampede, but he used to go to like the local rodeos. I don't know if they still have it, but there used to be a local rodeo out where I grew up. And I know that I went to that a few times when I was little. And then my cousins were in 4-H. So we used to do, or I used to go watch them do some rodeo stuff back in the day. Yeah. Wouldn't that be nice, Knitter Girl? Wouldn't that be nice? Yes, and most of them have a lot of freaking brain damage after a while, and their bodies are broken down. My uncle was so broken down when he got older. I am making my own yarn. I'm actually plying up some yarn that I've already spun. So I'm plying up this single ply yarn. I did this on a drop spindle. And we are making it a 3-ply yarn. And we already plied up this hank of yarn earlier tonight. Tomorrow, we'll be doing lots of spinning. Because Tour de Fleece starts tomorrow. It's already Tour de Fleece in a few other places now. But, yeah, so I'm going to be doing a lot of spinning the next few days. Got some really pretty floof that we will be spinning. I've been pretty excited for this Tour de Fleece this year. Last year I didn't really do as much prep as I would have liked. This year I did a decent amount of prep. Wind up separating my yarn to make crochet thread. Hey, that works. There's been a few times where I've thought about keeping my singles as a single, because on average this is what my single thread looks like when I spin on a wheel. And there's been a few times where I'm like, I should just like knit that up as is or crochet it up or something. But I usually end up plying it. I'm about the seniors getting in for 17. There is a lot of walking. This is very small. This is lace weight. This one, not all of my stuff is this small. This yarn that fiber loves to spin up super thin. Oops, let's turn that off. But yeah, on average, my yarn. Here, let me find one of my other hanks. On average, when I spin yarn, it's usually around that thickness. So it's kind of like what do we call it? My brain's yes. Thank you, Knit Girl. So yeah, it's around sock yarn thickness or a little bit thicker. This one does have a few thicker bits in it because I have yet to make perfect yarn. Like, look at this. Here's a real lumpy schlubby bit. But yeah, most of it is the fine stuff. All the Eaton yarn. This yarn sadly experienced some bug damage, so I have to doctor it. All the yarn in this bin has experienced some sort of heartache that I have to fix, because I am not going to get rid of perfectly good yarn just because bugs tried to shorten it. Gotta tell my cousin to come chill in your stream if she's still up. Nice! That was done by bugs. There are some cat damage yarn in there too. But I should hopefully not deal with too much bug damage stuff now that I have learned my lesson and now am storing my stuff properly. That also has to go with my knit stuff. Anything that I've knit that's natural fiber, I have to properly store that. Because I've had 2 tops that got moth damage, as some of you guys have seen. And the one I was able to fix, the other one I had to pull out. Welcome on in. Thank you for the follow. Hey, your mom. Very weird to come onto your stream when it's dark where I am and light still shines through your window. Well, not so much light anymore. It's getting pretty dark out there. It's pretty dusky out there. But yeah, I get that comment a lot. It's still light where you are? Yep. Yeah, the sun's gone down behind the mountains, so like the sky is still kind of light, but it's technically dark out there. It's only 9:30 here. I don't know. I don't know how I'm you know, I stay lighter than maybe because I'm higher, like I'm farther north than you are, your mom. That might be. I'm in bed and my West Coast friend is like still at work. Whoo! What time does your West Coast friend work till? Yes, this is the electric eel wheel. The 6.1. Oh, she's filthy. I do have a traditional wheel, but she needs a little bit of TLC. So I do most of my spinning on this girl. I also have a mini version. I have the Nano as well, which she's right here. I love putting these two together because it's just insane to see the size difference. So like when Nancy is put together, we'll put a bobbin on her too, so you can really see the full effect. The size difference is insane. Get in there. She's super tiny. Yeah, I got my Nano first because that was all I could afford. Like I found Helga in a secondhand store, and then I learned about the electric eel wheels, and when I checked out their site, I was like, I can afford the Nano. I'm like, I don't have a lot of money, but I can afford the Nano. And so I ordered Nancy and spun on her pretty much religiously every day for like a year and a half. And I was like, yeah, I don't need a bigger wheel. I don't need a bigger wheel. Right, total Helga. And then finally one day I'm just like, I wish I had a bigger bobbin. And I was like, I need to get the 6.1. And so, yeah. Actually, I was going to get the 6.0, but they were just in between transitioning from the 6.0 to the 6.1, the upgraded version. And so I had to wait, like, December, January, February, March, April. Almost 5 months. I basically waited 5 months before I could get this one. I pre-ordered it and everything. Like drop spindle? Because I also spin on the drop spindles. But yeah, I spin, I knit, I crochet. The only thing that I don't do is shear my own sheep and process my own fiber. I have to buy that. And I have yet to process raw fiber, even though I really want to. I've only ever like bought it already processed and spun it up. .1, but still haven't used it. You still haven't used it? Yeah, Nancy is the 2.0. Ooh, that would be cool. I dye my own fiber. So all my fiber I dye. Most of it's dyed with food coloring. But I do also dye. I have a couple acid dyes, and I also buy just the Mio flavor shots for water, and I'll dye with that, or Kool-Aid, the Kool-Aid flavor shots. Not gonna lie, I think this yarn here was actually dyed with some Mio. Yeah. I think it was like some food coloring, some Mio. That's a schlubby bit that I didn't fix. Come on. There we go. Oh, there's some other twist going on here. Hold on. I gotta fix this shit. Okay. we fixed it. I bought a fleece because it looked too good, but I'm so lazy. You know, I had some good advice given to me from someone once, because I was like, oh, I really want to buy a fleece and process it, but I really don't have the space or anything to really properly clean a fleece and like do all the stuff. And they said, I just take it and separate it into more manageable things and do it that way. So, well, Knitter Girl, maybe you need to have a earlier night. You were up late last night. Oh, we're gonna be getting ads soon. Just be warned. Yeah, yeah. You definitely got to scour it. Um, but yeah, just do it in small sections. Separate it into, like, say, Ziploc bags of manageable sizes, um, and then you just scour like a Ziploc bag of floof at a time. And so that's my plan when I eventually find a fleece to get. It's hard for me. There is we have a fall fair that happens here, and last year, like, I wasn't able to stick around, but last year there was sheep shearing, and there's a lady that goes around the valley shearing sheep. She has a Facebook page. I've got her Facebook page, and I just got to get brave enough to message her and ask her about it. And yeah. No ads for you? You got lucky this time? It happens. But yeah, there's been no trains tonight. Sometimes it happens where you just luck out and you don't get ads. But yeah, so I found a sheep shearer that works for local valley, and a lot of people just get rid of their fleece. I am not brave enough to go around to random sheep farms and be like, "Hey, what do you do with your wool?" But if I can get brave enough to talk to this lady, I might be able to get her to hook me up with some fiber. Could be free, might cost me money, I don't care. But hey, if I can get fiber for free, um, and it's a matter of being brave enough. I don't do well with talking to strangers, not about stuff like that. I do better in person. So last year, I didn't really have time to really do anything because I had to go pick my mom up from dialysis. So I I did not go with my cousin to go talk to the lady. My cousin, who is not shy, went over and talked to the lady and asked about the fiber, because we saw the sheep and I was like, ooh, sheep, they're gonna do sheep shearing. And so my cousin went and talked to her, and the lady's like, yeah, you definitely don't want this fiber, because she was asking, what are you gonna do with the fiber. But she said, I have a Facebook page, and if you message me on Facebook, I might be able to hook you up. But one, I had a lot of fiber at the time and not a lot of places to put stuff. And two, yeah, I have to message someone that I haven't even met in person. So I'm hoping that this year at the fall fair that she's back and I can maybe talk to her in person before I attempt messaging a complete stranger on Facebook, because I just don't do that. I don't talk to strangers. I talk to strangers on my stream all the time, but it's different. I don't like outwardly go and message someone I don't know, who I've never met, and just, yeah. So I won't even do Facebook Marketplace because of that. I am a chicken shit. But yeah, if I can talk to this lady, I might be able to get hookups to get fiber, because otherwise I have to buy basically most of my fiber off of like Etsy and stuff. And I just recently looked, because I am getting low-ish on my Corriedale fiber that I got. And the place that I get it from, I can get like 11 pounds, free shipping. Last year it was 180 for 11 pounds. The year before that, well, not last year, it's been a couple years, but like the first time I bought it was 179. Then it went up to 185, which is not bad, but now it's like 220 something for 11 pounds. So I'm like, I might have to find a different place to, I mean, it's still not bad because it's still free shipping, but I don't really have the budget for that. So we gotta source elsewhere. But you know, it would be nice to get into spinning some different fibers, because I haven't really had a lot of experience with fiber. I've got merino. I've spun lots of merino. I've spun tons of Corriedale. I've spun some Rideau Arcot. That one's just so hard for me to say. But I've spun some linen. Oh, and some BFL. But I really haven't like spun a lot of other wools or fibers, and I want to stream hopping. Do you sell? I don't sell my yarn yet. I hope to one day sell my yarn. I am not really keen on the whole business side of my art. I keep trying to find some sucker, like my cousin or somebody, who would handle the business end so I could just make the stuff. I don't, yeah, I'm not, I want to, I'm just, let's put it this way. I have a panic attack just doing my taxes for Twitch, which all I have to do is, like, claim the money I get. I don't have to pay anything on it or anything like that. I just have to submit how much I made on Twitch each year, and I have a panic attack every tax season. So I'm like, and that's something simple. So when I think about the having to deal with the tax part and all the business end of selling my yarn or any of that stuff, and I'm like, and no thank you. I don't want to. I don't want to do it. I don't want to do it. I need to start doing it eventually, but I'm not there yet. So, I'll get there one day. One day. One day. Don't be stubborn just because we're on the last little bit that wants to tangle. I've thought about, we have a couple of local businesses around here that will sell your stuff for commission. So like I think the one place that I know of does 25, another place that I know of does 20. I've thought about doing that. But yeah, I'm just not, I'm not there yet, not comfortable with it yet. But I think I need to get my butt in gear and figure that stuff out. Because, yeah, I know several people that would buy my yarn. But, yeah. So yeah, I just need a sucker to handle the business end. That means like advertising, shipping, dealing with everything, and I just make the yarn. I think it would be a great idea. Yeah, I figure one day I'll find a sucker to help me with it. I say sucker because anyone willing to do that shit has to be a sucker because I can't imagine doing that shit. I'm just not. I'm not a business person. We finished it, guys! Okay, well, there was this left, but I wasn't going to fight with this. It broke off, and I was like, it can stay broken off. We did pretty good. When I first started, I was like, oh, I don't know, it's gonna... Doing the 3-ply with just a little turtle, it's not gonna get a lot of yardage, but... I don't know if there's any... I'm sure there is knitting groups around here. I live in very rural Canada. I am surrounded by farmland and orchards. The closest Walmart is well over an hour away. Yeah, I don't have a lot of options. I've looked at like spinning guilds, for example, because I've had a few people that are like, oh, you should join a spinning guild. Closest spinning guild is over an hour away. And I'm not going to drive an hour to meet up with complete strangers. Not to mention, most of them are like, email! I'm not going to email you. Sorry. That means talking to a stranger that I haven't met in person. I do better if I meet the person first. So, there's... Yeah. Yeah. My anxiety is, like, gonna be the death of me one of these days, I swear. I don't want to do the whole like having to email to be like, hey, I'm interested in joining your group or checking your group out. I'm sorry, and just I'm it's not me. No. Here we are on yards. Is this going to? Oh, let me take that off. Are you going to? Yeah, I think it's gonna work. I think it's gonna work. Where's my nitty naughty? Here's my nitty naughty. My janky little nitty naughty. I started streaming like in total. I started streaming, um, just over 2 years ago now. Not quite 2.5 years. And then for tonight, tonight, if you're talking about, I've been streaming 3.5 hours, almost 4 hours. I I honestly, right? I figured that as soon as I said that, I'm like, they're gonna know how long I've been streaming for today. I started streaming just because I didn't see a lot of streamers doing spinning. Like I started watching Twitch because of a couple gaming friends, and so I was like, this is nice, but I'm more of a crafty person. I play games, but I'm a crafter. So I started looking in the makers and crafting, and I found lots of knitting, lots of crocheting, lots of other crafts, but I didn't see back then a lot of spinners. So I was like, well, I could totally do that. I could just put the camera on my spinning wheel and spin, and it can be like a really zen, um, just a really zen stream. And then I think I did like one stream of spinning. Like obviously there was no. I think I had one viewer for a little bit, and then I decided I wanted to knit, and so I started knitting on stream as well. And then I ended up meeting a couple people, and yeah, it just sort of spiraled from there. I did mostly spinning, but I did a lot of knitting as well. I will say I mostly knit and spin on the stream, but I do crochet as well. Yeah, like I mean, I like to play my video games and stuff, but honestly, I rather watch someone crafting than watch someone playing a video game. Sometimes it can be interesting, but I find it gets boring a lot quicker. Yes, yes, I was. There was. Um, I used to watch Snoring Cat a fair bit back when when I used my other account. And then there was this person. I don't think they stream anymore. I haven't seen them in a long time, but their username was Woolly Dev Dev, and I would watch them um, spin and weave, and they had the most adorable rat named Domino, I think. So I really enjoyed watching their stream a lot. And there was, I think, one other person that I sort of watched, but didn't quite get into their stream. And I was just like, we need more spinners. I want to spin. I hadn't planned on really talking too much. I just was gonna just spin and more ASMR style. That didn't work out. It turns out I ended up being very social with the people coming in to my channel, and it went from me just having the camera on my spinning wheel or my knitting to having my face on camera, and yeah, 40 followers before I even started because people just followed me because I was Right? If I had stayed with my other channel, I would have had um I think I was somewhere around like 35 followers. But they were all gamers, and I was like, well, I don't know if they're going to really want to watch my stuff. And I wasn't really I didn't even think that I would become affiliate. Like, I didn't think I was going to make any money or anything like that. I was just going to go on there and just stream and maybe find some fellow crafters, because I don't have a lot of real life people that craft. Like my aunt. My aunt. My cousin knits and crochets, but she doesn't live here. My mom, she used to crochet, but again, it was like no one like really seriously crafted other than my aunt. Like my aunt knits, crochets, tats, um, and I was just like, I need to find some fellow crafters out there that understand that when I talk about crafting, their eyes don't glaze over, and they actually understand what I'm talking about and can relate. That's what I desperately needed. Um, so yeah, I came to the Twitch community and found so many awesome crafters. I just found an amazing community. Like I freaking love being here. And when I can't stream and I'm not around very like for a while, I go through withdrawals. I'm like I need to like hang out with everybody. I need to hang out with people that understand what I'm talking about. Right? And that way you don't have to like be around the peoples all the time. I like I'm a social person. I am very social, but I burn out super quick when I am in social gatherings that are not on the computer. The computer, I still will find myself, I will get burnt out, but not like when it's in person, like whether I go to someone's house or someone comes over to my house or anything like that. When I leave those places, I am just like absolutely exhausted, and depending on how much time I spent there, I might need a day or two to recover from it. So, like, I would love to find a knitting circle or some sort of crafting circle here where around where I live, but I feel like I would just feel extremely burnt out after every time and question whether or not I want to go each time. So, I I like this. It just I get to meet a lot of people from all over the place, and I don't get nearly as burnt out. I could make one, but the thought, uh, I'm not the hosting type. I am not a hosting type of person. I rely on other people to host things. I'm envious of the people that can. Like, my cousin's very good at being a host. My aunt is really good at being a host. Even though she's kind of introverted like me, she is very good at being a host. I am not good at hosting anything. I am terrible at it. You would never want me to host anything. Well, I'm just gonna put it out there. Oh, trust me, I'm not. I am not. I am one of those people that if someone comes over to my house, I will not ask if they needed like want a drink or anything like that. I won't even like think to find a chair for them to sit on. Granted, I don't have a lot of places. It's just like one of those things you come over and it's like fend for your fucking self because I'm not gonna think to offer you anything. I'm not gonna turn anything down, but I'm not gonna think, oh hey, do you want a coffee? I just like, hey, how's it going? Sit there and do whatever. And if you want anything, you have to like freaking figure it out yourself. But when I go to people's houses and they don't offer me anything, I am like completely. I'm like, I won't ask for anything, so I will go without. I I'm not a good guest either. I just kind of like, oh, am I supposed to do something? Am I supposed to offer to help with anything? Oh, you fed me dinner. Oh, I'm supposed to actually like ask, do you need help cleaning up? I won't. I won't. I try. When I go to my aunt and uncle's, I do legitimately try to like be like, "Hey." But then I also know that my when I'm at my aunt and uncle's, my uncle likes to do the dishes. That's kind of like that's what he does. He likes to do his dishes. He's got a certain way of doing the dishes. So a lot of times when I offer, they're like, "No, no, it's all good." I could maybe one day. Ooh, 141 yards. That's more than what I expected off of this. I'm better at just showing up and someone else does all the work. Um, be like, yeah, Jams is hosting a social or like a crafting circle, but this other person is the one that's taking care of all the other stuff. She's just showing up to her own crafting circle. I know. I am impressed that I managed to get this plied up. I thought for sure I was going to be going into overtime. I like that. Overtime. Now, wouldn't it be nice if I actually got paid overtime? Just totally like forget how to tie a knot. I'm like, why isn't this working? Why? What am I doing wrong here? Why isn't this working? My brain just like forgot how to do something. All right, how over twisted is she? Could have been worse. I was spinning her a little bit faster than I normally do. She's not as bad as well. No, she's about the same as the red. She's about the same as the red. The colors don't show up very well, but it's like a yellowy green with some red and bits of blue. I will take some pictures and post them in Discord. My new phone takes amazing photos, so I'm hoping to get some good quality photos of these, and I will take pictures and post. Yes, iPhone 16. I went from an 11 to a 16. I needed a new phone because I just could not get the storage to update my 11 anymore, And the battery health is like down to 71%. So I mean, it's still functioning. I'm actually using it as my monitor stream phone at the moment because my new phone case does not actually have a stand, and I need my phone to stand up. But yeah, she's a good little phone. I am very happy with that phone. Okay, so let's mark down. We need weight and yardage. So let's do the yardage first. Big jump, yes. Yes, it was. I got my 11 just when, like, just before, I think it was just before or just after the 12 came out. And then yeah. So I've had this one for a while. So yardage was 142. Oh, 142 yards even. Not even a point, just even. 142 yards. And it's 129.9 meters. Yeah, we can weigh. Yeah, I would love to hook up my phone as a second webcam, but the computer that I'm currently using barely functions. And if I was to try at 1.73. Are we back from ads? We're back from ads. Okay, so while everyone got stuck in ads, I weighed up the fiber. So we've got, for those that go by yards and ounces, we got 142 yards and 1.73 ounces. So it's not quite 2 ounces of yarn. And then for those that like meters and grams, it is 129.9 meters and 49.1 grams. So almost 50 grams of yarn. Almost, basically 50 grams of yarn. Yeah, this is a good song. Sorry, I got 2 songs in my ears because Hijinks is streaming now, so I'm lurking in Hijinks stream. So I got music in one ear and music in another ear, and but yeah, you'll see this is a little bit thicker than my last one. This is, some parts of it are actually like closer to a worsted, not quite a worsted, but it's a better size yarn. But this is also a 3-ply, so you can see my lavender. I bumped my lavender and some of it fell down. thank you for the sub. Very much appreciated. But yeah, so I'm happy. I finally got this plied up. It took me forever to spin. I kept getting bored with it, and so it would sit there collecting dust. And then I finally got it all like spun up, and it sat on the top shelf of my desk for months. So I'm very happy that I've finally completed that. That's nice. And now I can just fully concentrate on TDF starting tomorrow. I'm super excited. We will be, for those that are new who haven't seen, or those that haven't been in my stream for a while, the fiber that we have set up for Tour de Fleece is, let me move some bins around. We have, this was going to be a Tour de Fleece spin, but I have now decided that this is going to get saved for the fall fair as my dyed roving. Because, yeah, it is, this thing turned, I'm going to try and replicate it because I know what I did. It was a mason jar dye, but I know exactly what colors I used and what I did. And I'm going to try and replicate this because this is freaking phenomenal. I'm in love with this. So that was going to get spun, but we're not going to spin that now. We're going to save that. We also have this braid that we will spin, but it's going to be a later spin. So like, if I get through what I have, we will have this. But first up on our spin, what's going to go on Melanie, will be this really pretty green that I blended up. This is a blend of some green floof that I dyed, as well as some, like, it's like a teal green. It looks more green on here, but it's more teal viscose fiber that got blended in. So this is going to be going on Melanie. And I'm going to be spinning on like a couple wheels during Tour de Fleece so I can break it up and not be stuck with one thing. These gorgeous, sparkly roll eggs, or wormies as some people like to call them, are going to be going on Nancy. And these will be like the first two spins that get going for Tour de Fleece. And we'll be like switching back and forth. And then when one of these are done, the next one is going to be this blue floof that I blended, and it has some pink and black viscose in it. You gotta name your spinners. I had a hard time naming Nancy, my nano. I used to just call her my nano. But Helga has had a name since I bought her. I bought her at a secondhand store, and I brought her home and fixed her up, and I looked at her and I was like, your name is Helga. She just Helga. And Melanie, I literally got her, she hadn't even come out of the box. I opened up the box and I saw her and I was like, Melanie. And I'm pretty sure, I don't think the name is actually Melanie. I think it's Melody. But I just had this thing in my head. It's like, oh, look, it's Melanie, is what I had in my head. But I think it's actually, oh, look, it's Melody. And I don't know where it's from. It's a part of a meme, but it's from a show, I think, or whatever. But anyways, that's what popped into my head. And she got dubbed Melanie. I never thought that I would name anything Melanie, because that's technically my cousin's name. But she's Melanie. And she's just, the moment before she even officially came out of the box, I opened the box, I looked at her and was like, oh look, it's Melanie. And so that was her name. Like, I could not. She had to be a Melanie. Like, I literally. I do make my own yarn. Yes. I buy the floof, dye it. Sometimes I buy dyed stuff, but most of the stuff I spin, I dye myself. So I usually just have plain white, dye it up, and then I spin it. But I do, on occasion, buy dyed floof to spin into yarn. I also like to make really fun yarn, which I call scrappy yarn. And I buy felting floof. Hey, Crazy! Long time no see. It's been a while. You keep sleeping in. So I will buy a bunch of little packets of felting floof, and I will do what's called a grab and spin, and I make really fun yarn like this. And so the goal, this has unfortunately been damaged by bugs. It'll get some love. But what I do is I just throw them all into a box, and we just reach in blindly, and whatever color we get, whether we like it or not, we have to spin it. And so we get some really beautiful scrappy yarn, and then sometimes we get so not quite as nice, but still nice scrappy yarn. I also have a cardigan that you'll sometimes see me wear that is made out of scrappy yarn that I spun up. It is one of my favorites, and I want to do some more scrappy yarn and make a whole, like, I want to make a whole bunch of scrappy things. So like I had some fingerless gloves made with scrappy yarn. I want to do like a bag. I want to do I think I want to do some like leg warmers. Could you imagine scrappy yarn leg warmers? Hell freaking yeah. I'll just be like, seriously, my goal in life is to be like this old lady with crazy hair. My hair is crazy if I cut it shorter and don't tie it back all the time. It can get pretty crazy. But anyways, old lady, crazy hair sticking out all over the place, wearing pretty much everything knitted and random colors, walking down the street, maybe with a cat on the lead. Yeah. Yes, exactly. Exactly. And yes, I will approve that. 'Cause yeah. I am going to be the crazy old cat lady who like knits and sells her yarn. I'll be like walking down the street, you know, saying, "Hey, you want to buy my yarn?" As I got a cat on the leash, or maybe in a stroller, dressed head to toe and just like crazy knitted. Yeah, that is my goal in life. That is what I want to be. Oh, and of course, you know, piercings. When I was getting my piercings, everyone's like, what about when you get old and wrinkly? Those piercings are going to look awful. I'm going to be like, no, I'm going to be the crazy lady rocking my freaking piercings. I'm not taking these things out. Ever. It's like, I think very long and hard whenever I get a piercing. So once I get a piercing, it stays. See, Crazy, you just need to start waking up earlier if you want to see my streams. Because normally I end at 10 o'clock. So you just gotta start getting up like maybe 15 minutes, half an hour earlier than you do, and you'll get to see me. I think it is a great goal, isn't it? Right? Exactly. Oh, yes. And this is also if we end up having like running out of yarn to spin. I don't think so. I think I have lots of floof, but we will be spinning up these Rolegs. I have been very slowly combing out this blue merino, and then this brown wool. Don't know what kind of wool it is, but it's 100% wool, and it's like 5 strands. It's a It is a raw wool. It's not ply, or like it's not spun or anything like that. It's just kind of like these single bits. There's 5 strands. So we've been combing this out along with the blue chunky merino yarn and creating these gorgeous Rolegs. And somewhere amongst my stuff, I don't know where, I have a hank already spun up. So you can, like, it's gorgeous, but it's currently packed away. Did the kitties make an appearance? I've been talking so much, I did not notice. I love kitties too. I have 2 that make regular appearances on stream, though since they're catio, they've spent most of their time, because I left the door open, so they're out in their catio at the moment. They are in heaven with their new catio, because they're inside cats, so now that they can go outside. I have 3 cats altogether, but only 2 currently show up on stream, because the other one does not live in this house. But the picture in the bottom, that is me and my 3 kitties. So the orange one is Vinny, the calico is Pickles, and my 11. Hey Vinny, you gonna come say hi? Come here. Oh, don't change your mind. Come here. You're too heavy for me to one hand pick up, and you know it. He's like, no. He's leaving. Okay. Well, he almost came up. Vinny is he's the one that steals the show most of the stream. He very much loves to take over the stream. Stage fright? Oh no, he doesn't have stage fright. He's too busy enjoying the catio, so he keeps coming in, and I think he wants me to come out and enjoy it with him. So he keeps coming in and telling me. He'll come in and he'll meow and basically tell me that there's something going on that I should check out. But yeah, so I have a lot of floofs this year to spin. Last year I think we spun mostly white stuff, because I didn't really dye much stuff up, but that was okay because I needed to work on dyeing some yarn for the fall fair, because that's the one thing I do. I don't sell my stuff or anything. I don't do the market that we have yet, but we have a fall fair where we can submit stuff and win prizes, like cash prize, or ribbons. Sorry, crazy. No. You'll have to buy that yourself. Right? Last year, I didn't do as good. The first year, I got first place on all 3 of my entries. Last year, I entered in, I think, 6 entries, and I got first prize on 2 of them, and first place on 2, and second on all the other ones. And it works like a point system. So first place is 5 points, second place is 3 points, and third place is 2 points, I think. Something like that. And yeah, so I ended up getting like winning like $20, I think. So it's not like a lot of money, but it's more. I like the ribbons. I get ribbons. I get pretty ribbons that tell me I win something. Um, yeah, it just makes you feel good that like you did something and people are like, hey, I like that. The only downside is like the first year, when I submitted I just submitted yarn and roving. There was someone else that did that, but only one other person was submitting any kind of spun stuff or dyed roving or anything. And so I was sort of disappointed. So I was hoping that the next year, like last year, there would be more. Well, last year I was the only one that submitted yarn or dyed roving, and I was so disappointed that the other person obviously didn't submit their stuff because I wanted to, well, one, see other people's work, and two, I feel like I have a little bit of a competition. Either way, it doesn't matter whether or not you're the only person, you still get marked on the quality of the work. So just because I was the only one with yarn does not mean that I'm going to get a ribbon. And last year I only got second place. I didn't get the first place. I really struggled to get, like, I was kind of disappointed that I only got second on my dyed roving because I thought it was really pretty. But they apparently didn't think it was cool. So exactly, I like the competition. So I'm hoping maybe this year the other spinner or maybe another spinner will submit some stuff. I want the competition. Like, I got the competition with the knitting and the crocheting, but I want more competition and hopefully possibly meet other people around here that do fiber art, like spin wise, because there's lots of knitters and crocheters that submit their stuff, and I don't think there's a lot of people that submit tatting though. I think my aunt is one. There's like maybe one other person or maybe two other people that submit tatting. But my aunt goes all out. Last year she submitted so much stuff. She had knitting, crocheting, tatting. She had fruit and vegetables and baking. Like, she went all out. I loved it. I don't know if she's gonna go as all out this year as she did last year, but yeah, she went all out so much so that my cousin and her husband, two of my cousins and my one cousin's husband came out just to help carry everything, because it's held at these stables, and the parking is like way on the other side. So it's like you got the road in, and then you got the long driveway to the stables, and the parking is in a field on the other side of the road that comes to the stables. So it's like there's a long walk. They do have people that will shuttle you to and from, but it's a lot of walking. So if you got like a lot of stuff, yeah. Thankfully, mine's mostly fiber, so yeah, it was pretty light and easy to carry. I was able to put everything into one bin. So yeah, but yeah. My aunt had so much stuff last year, and so I'm curious to see what she's going to submit this year. I haven't asked her yet what all she's submitting, and I think my aunt or my cousin is actually going to be coming and submitting something. She's from Alberta, but she's going to be coming out, and I think she's going to do sourdough, hopefully. I had her convinced. I don't know if she's still convinced, because I was like, you got to come. You got to come. We're going to be doing this, and check out all these cool sourdough breads that I find on TikTok. You could totally do some of that stuff. I do. If you do ! Discord, you will get my Discord link, and then you can totally join. I need to like pin that somewhere. But sadly, sadly, this is where I'm gonna have to call it a night because it is 10:30. Normally I end at 10, and yeah. But I will be back tomorrow. Tomorrow is the first day of Tour de Fleece. I am super excited. Um, and yeah, we will be starting with the green because the reason why we're starting with the green first is I have this bobbin, this lovely bobbin. It is a dark hunter green and white spin, and it's going to be done in as a 2-ply. So I needed other green, so I created another green, and it's going to be an interesting barber pole spin effect. I don't know what it's going to look like, but yeah. And then I have a project. Okay, I don't have a project yet. I have plans to find a project to do something with this green, and I have 2 other hanks of green yarn. So we're gonna find something. I don't know when, but that's why we're starting with the green first for Tour de Fleece, and then we will be moving on to other colors. You're welcome, Knitter Girl. It was nice to see you. It's been a while since you've had a chance to pop in, or unless you're lurking. You do like to lurk a lot, which is good. Lurkers are always welcome. I'm glad that you got to catch me and enjoyed hanging out and, yeah, chit-chatting and totally nerding about crafty stuff. I love nerding out about the crafty stuff. I am very much a crafting nerd. And even so, I have learned so much new lingo since I started streaming. I learned crafty things I didn't even know. I didn't even know existed. I can talk and think at the same time. It's all good, Knitter Girl. It is all good. Let me see who is on today. Yet. Well, we could. You know, I think we are. Ooh. I don't know. Oh. Yes. Let's read these guys. Okay. And let me double check their name. I'm terrible sometimes when it comes to spelling names. Yeah, okay, we're good. Nice thing is ads aren't going to hit just as I'm rating out, which usually ends up happening to me. I'll be modding tomorrow, so I will most likely be a lurker. Hey, like I said, lurkers are more than welcome. We are going. I think it's been a while since I've rated these guys. It's a nice change. not getting ads. Anyways, thank you so much, everyone, for hanging out. And brain just shut off. I blame the cat. Thank you for hanging out and chatting with me and nerding out about fiber and fiber art. I seriously, definitely nerded out tonight. I managed to get 2 plies done, which is awesome. And tomorrow is going to be the start of Tour de Fleas, and I am super excited. Anyways, I hope that you guys have a wonderful day, a wonderful night, and I will see you guys tomorrow for some spinning fun. I'm excited. You guys take care. Have a good one. Bye.